welcome back to Dead Cells. So I was pondering what to do next in this game, other than, I mean, obviously just play it on the harder difficulty and find more stuff there. And then I'm just like, I don't think I was expected to beat the game that quickly. So, and there's also just some generic abilities and stuff that you can kind of get that I don't have yet. And trying to do it on a hard mode where I can die very quickly makes me all the more slower at getting through. So I'm going to, we're already set back to normal difficulty, and we're gonna plow through. We're gonna do a bunch of exploration, see if we can't find some more of those hidden abilities, find more blueprints, because cool boy, there's a lot of empty vials here. And yeah, just get some unlocking done, and then hopefully within 2-ish, 3-ish hours or so, we can give hard mode another good try. So let's go, and hopefully I remember how to play the game. And I forgot how to do all that stuff, but I also have a new starting weapon, so that's wonderful. All right, heck, Grim, I literally just started. Thank you so much for that raid. I appreciate it. Hello. Hi, Toasties. Thanks for stopping by. Hi, Gwen. I know. Thank you, Grim. And Nat, thank you for that host. Hello, everyone. Thank you for stopping by. Grim, thank you for that raid. I really appreciate it. How are you enjoying Fire Emblem so far? I still have not picked it, or I bought it, but I haven't played it yet. I'm curious what you think. And 6 months. Been upgraded to a Hollow Knight. Indeed. Thank you, Grim, for that sub. I appreciate it. Also, hi, Toasties. Hi, Gwen. Hi, Aaron Swimmaster. Hi, Leprechaun. Hi, Gamer. Hi, Chair Bear. No spoils, obviously. But just general thoughts on Fire Emblem would be wonderful. I'm gonna be playing it eventually, but always worthwhile to know what other people's thoughts are. Someone who's never played Fire Emblem before, really enjoying it. That's wonderful. There are, in fact, Hollow Knight emotes, Chair Bear. A lot of my stream stuff is Hollow Knight themed. Sub badges are Hollow Knight stuff. Those are my 2 Hollow Knight emotes that Nat just posted. Got yourself a grub and a Zote. The bit badges are Geo. Lots of stuff. Also, thank you for that follow, Share. I appreciate it. Pretty hooked on the social aspect of it. Yeah, it definitely seems like they've added a lot more to do outside of the tactical battles, making it more akin to like a Persona game, which I'm totally down for. Yes, Pride Grub was for me. I wanted to keep Pride Grub. It's still live on Discord, but I feel people would be just kind of confused overall when I only have a Pride Grub and they don't know what that's from, when Hollow Knight's the recognizable thing. Really reminds me of Persona and Tails. It's like, got it. Also, Nat's got the mouth. Alright, I should probably keep it moving. I need to do some exploring. Oh, well. If only I was better at this game. It used to be a rainbow mouth. Sweet. Ooh, that's actually really good. I like the daggers. Yeah, it's fine. Oh, I need to get used to this all over again. Took 1 day away from it. And I've already forgotten most things. What? How did you turn around? Almost as if they know. Dead Cells is awesome. I'm having a wonderful time with it. Playing it on hard mode, it's very difficult, as is expected by calling it hard mode. But like the jump in difficulty from normal to hard is really big. And I still have so much exploring that I want to do on normal difficulty, so that's where we're starting today. We're not gonna immediately hop in to hard mode again, because I'm sure there's just a lot of stuff that probably would be worthwhile for me to actually just find elsewhere in a normal playthrough rather than doing it all in hard mode from now on. The VO for Igor in Persona 4 is in Fire Emblem 3. Nice. I remember from the one time Barry played is that he played with Twitch integration on it and took the entire stream to beat the first boss. Yeah, that happens. I'm playing it on the PS4 version, so I don't think there is any Twitch integration, but I could be wrong. Alrighty, Grim. Take care. Have yourself a good laundry, hopefully. Thank you again for that raid. I will welcome you back. Gladly. Also, while I'm playing on normal, I should probably start going for some of the time-related challenges, but that's fine. Rude. But I'm too much of a stinking completionist for a game like this, where you kind of are supposed to not fully complete everything. Arf! That's not exactly the noise Zone mates, but that's fine. Also, hi, John. Thanks for stopping by. Borf! I have a Borf emote. It's my dog. I really do like the ice spell. Yeah. Wow, this is going on. Oh, okay, so that's the actual exit. Okay. Yep. There, I apparently have 2 dog emotes. Also, hi, Dr. Beck. Thanks for stopping by. I like the spell a lot. And good. This was a dead end and a complete waste of my time. I need to go to the regular promenade because I need to do the ossuary or ossuary. Have I discovered so far? Well, I beat the game. I kind of had a really powerful axe that did a crap ton of damage to frozen enemies and a lot of freezing capabilities and some traps that also increased damage. So I kind of just plowed through that playthrough real fast. But I've only done like a couple, I would say, optional areas. I did the toxic sewers, and I did whatever the dark dimension one was. I did those on that playthrough, but I haven't really completed any other stuff yet because I was playing on hard from that point on, because I thought, hey, I got hard, I can probably just keep on plowing through. I can't. Really can't. So I've got a so that's what I'm doing today, is normal playthroughs, going to other areas of the game, and unlocking, at the very least, the other main abilities that I do not have yet. Haven't even gotten to the bridge boss on hard yet. Yeah, it's hard is very difficult. Very, very powerful difficulty increase. Also, Dr. Fat Kitty, thank you for that host. And for the screaming balloons. I appreciate it. What weapon are these? 2? I'll probably just find better. What's this combo? Yeah, so the one I did get a decent way into, I don't know how to properly pronounce it, the ossuary. On hard, I then died in there, unfortunately, before finishing it. So if there's anything secret in there, I didn't get to either find it or keep it. So that stunk. Oh yeah, it is very unique. I think after just kind of, I mean, the environments and stuff are 2D models, but I think a lot of the enemies, if not all, are some semblance of 3D models. Just judging by how fluid, how many in between frames there are and stuff like that, it really feels like it's 3D and not 2D. Especially when you get to like the big bosses, and it's just like, yeah, those really feel like 3D models and not like individually animated 3D or 2D pixel frames, because that would be absurd. I basically just went into training with Hero and didn't do a whole lot else. So I don't really have too much to say on Hero at this point in time. I'm sure from what everyone's saying is basically that he's broken. It seemed that it was going to be difficult to very quickly pan between your various options. Shoot, where's... Oh, there's the dummy. Ugh, stop. There we go. Dang it. And it's, you kind of have to very quickly discern, especially when some of those spells from the down B are pretty random, or are completely random, and therefore completely different random ones all the time. So I have a feeling once people get used to it, there can be some very absurd combos and techniques that can be pulled out of that. But it's ridiculous. Yeah, Hero can also kill at 0%. Like, some of the stuff just felt like insta-kill moves if you were within range. I'm just like, that seems bad. Got some way too early total BS kills. Yeah. Some of them have a better chance of showing up than all. Hocus Pocus, for instance, is the rarest one. Causes bleeding 30%. I'm gonna try it. I honestly don't think I've really tried. Okay, this is just a... Okay, so the kind of the goal with that is probably to get 2 hits in and then maybe roll behind. I think I can give that a fair shake. Snooze is the only move in the game that can sleep in midair. Yeah. Was going to be possibly mobile multiplayer tower defense? I did not know that. Seems like a heck of a different way to start the game. Or to change a game from. I don't know why I'm getting this. Getting 1 does nothing. I need to get more. Dang it. And I can't teleport. Also has random crits. I actually didn't know that hero had random crits. That would make sense considering the RPG that hero is from. Hey, you need 3 garden keys to get whatever that is. And I have no idea where other ones would be. Except for the most likely explanation of being required different abilities. The one attack boost with charge smack, stack and crit. Oh, he did. That was also something that's honestly really interesting, is that all of Hero's moves basically have charge to them. Also, what the? That was a weird happenstance. That's just a really awesome thing. It's just like, do you want to do just a quick charge, or do you want to use more MP and have a much more powerful attack? I think it's a really neat balance on its own right there. I still don't have that ability. Yeah, and apparently there is some way that you can do this. Yeah, there's got to be some sort of wall jump ability that I also don't have. Ah. Oh, come on. Whoa. Oh, hi. Also, dang it. 1/8 of a chance with every smash attack, specifically smash attack crits. Where's my Fire Emblem crits? 3 to 4 years before release, they had a demo going for an event or con, and people were kind of iffy about it. They later tried a single player game in the same world, and that felt better. Nice. Can only get 1 more rose key right now. Got it. Magic burst at full is the best edge guard. Yeah, that's just a giant AoE. It's just like, well, you can't get near it, and it lasts for a long time. So I charge lightning spin kills at like 40 on the edge. Yeesh. It's like, yeah, a lot. I expect things to be very hero focused for a while, and then some balancing is going to come out and hopefully make things not feel so immediately broken. Gosh dang it. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Stop moving. Feel bad playing hero right now. Yeah. Seems a bit strong out the gate with just the capability to kill and how powerful that he is with the absurd with actually pretty fast moveset. It'd be hard to play because it's, yeah, there is a lot of luck involved, which definitely makes things more difficult. Oh, hello. I'll take that. Knife dance. Free money. And those doors are orb dependent. Where is... There it is. There's 30 enemies without getting hit. That's nice. Oh, and then I tried so hard to kill that bat when I should have just jumped on it. Oh, that was stupid of me. Okay, and so this should lead to the ossuary. Or just to him. Double crossbow magic might not be bad. Yeah, I can do that instead of the ice grenade. I already have enough. One way to freeze, I don't need two. Gonna make all DLC characters super good except for the character that was created last. I hope not. All the ultimate newcomers have been pretty good. Piranha Plant is probably the one that feels not as powerful, but Piranha Plant has some just really awesome kit, but kind of doesn't feel like it's very powerful overall. Even though I've played against some pretty stinking good Piranha Plant players. Online tournaments are now a thing? Really? That's awesome. 2-minute tournaments? It's good. Individual moves really don't mesh well together. Oh, someone will skin you alive. A brave and courageous message. Also an animal head. Someone left the cow's head here. Whoever it was a bit of an artist. Carefully traced the king's coat of arms on the animal's forehead. Good. Yeah. I've seen some powerful Incineroars. Nat's Incineroar is pretty good, but the kit is weird. Oh, come on. Are those shield generators a bit intermittent? It seems that way. If I remember correctly, there's nothing really there. I think up leads to where you're kind of intended to go, but this for sure leads you to the ossuary. These arrows are surprisingly good for juggling. Difficult to recover with him, but I can also be said with Little Mac, and I've seen some incredible Little Mac players. Alrighty. Ossuary time. Under 8 minutes and 60. Of course I didn't get that. Fire grenade, knife dance. Ooh, nice. Launches a storm of knives around you, causing bleeding. Interesting. I'm just gonna keep starting to unlock a bunch of these cheaper ones, just because I can. I'm probably never gonna use shields, so I'm just not gonna bother. That knife dance seems neat. Enemies that walk over 100% poison. Shots pierce first target. I'll put that. I'll trap and saw blade right next to each other. I'm sure that'll be neat. Arrow in front of you. Come on. To bleeding, to poison. That's useless at the moment. Ugh, that's no better. Victims burn when they die. Oh, that's neat. Fire nade is good. I honestly just really like the whatever torches that you throw. I thought that was in general pretty nice to use. Also, let's just chug that and refill. Hi, Cords. Thanks for stopping by. You buffed Corin's up B, so we'll get less of those. Whoops, you went to the side. Oh, yeah. Also, I didn't look at like any of the patch notes and stuff, but I just remember yesterday in Spooky's chat, Scaredy was like, Isabel's been buffed. And that's not good. Isabel was already frustrating enough as it was. Oh, hi. Forgot about you. Could you not? Nice. Oh, come on. Just get up there. Hello. Stay right there. Oh no, I forgot about you. Your Ninja Turtle ass characters. Dang it, there's this stuff right here. Oh, hi. Didn't mean to disturb you. And there was nothing. Because of course there's nothing, and I saw a little bit of empty map, and I was just like, there's gotta be something. Dang it. Can have that. Can't hit those guys from the back, or otherwise you just take damage. They are a pain. 3650 for a bow. Rapid fire bows neat, but whatever. Three Houses DLC, probably not be bow, axe, spear, two, bomb, dragon, or a hidden weapon user, but just main Goral and boy. Oh, like Ivy from Soul Calibur. It's possible. We'll see. I still need to even dive into fire. But I've heard wonderful things. And it seems to be a nice chill time for the people that want to dive in. Thanks to all the social and rude social elements that have been added. I remember those guys. Those guys take like half your health with the third hit of their combo. It's not a good time, I gotta say. Hi. I didn't want to hit that guy in the back to take damage. Dang it. Excuse me. Can you notice me? Thank you. Some secret money. Changed your diet? I have not. I just kind of set it as is for now. You can change it right now if I want. Carnivore, Castlevania, Ask, Vegetarian, Fruitarian, Monster, or Baguette. Can have ourselves a wonderful baguette. Clearly baguette, yeah. Oh, here's the little boss. Hi, boss. Oh, I hate that. What do you do against it? It's just a line across the screen. It's so rude. Alrighty, Dr. Fat Caddy. Take care. Have yourself a good sleep. And you have to be on hard mode in order to open those, even if you have a boss, so. Noted. A bit longer, the Twitch integration is fun. Yeah, from what I saw from Barry, when Barry streamed it, that one stream, the Twitch integration was brutal, but really neat. I'm just gonna keep stacking my health increases at the moment. Grenades, crushers. Oh, that's right. I drop small grenades when I roll now. Hello, corpses. Hard to say whether these bodies were infected. But one thing is for sure, their skin melted like old cheese in the sun. Gross. Gross. I'm a better gamer girl than Barry. That's debatable. Barry somehow has certain skills for very specific experiences. Like, Barry was quite good in Sekiro. I would probably say better than I was. Just he understood that game at a base level. Sanctuary substance produces unpredictable effects on the bones I've collected here. All these bodies, all these lives. At the end of the day, perhaps the king is right. Mayhaps. And nothing. Neat. Who is the world record speeder? I mean, technically me. And also, I didn't mention it yet, but I may have found a way to massively increase or to massively improve the late game fights for me. The ones that are usually such a gigantic pain. I may have found a combo that might allow me to one-shot some characters, some weaker enemies. I'm still working on routing it out and routing it in. But I am very excited to give that a shot. Because I think it should work out. And should be a pretty awesome time. Also, I need to get back away from you. Cluster. Nice. Please do not. Yeah. There's a combination of buffs and debuffs that I can do with the character that I've chosen as my third Armilly. Oh, hi, I remember you. Do not. I said don't. You didn't listen. My baguette. Oops, launched that too low. Baguette. So yeah, I'm excited to test that out soon. Soon as in maybe Friday in my spare time, and then for sure I'll probably keep my Tuesday streams consistent and doing runs then. More scrolls, please. This place has so many scrolls. Just keep bumping red. Eventually I'll have to find a new weapon. Also, I see some lovely spikes down there. Oh, rude. Oh, rude. Dang it. Those guys really go fast. They neum so hard. And more buzzsaws. Higher damage, inflicts bleeding. They explode. We'll do that instead. And we can sell that. And give it a rub. Oh, hello. Please be a weapon. Some kicks. Ooh. Yeah. I guess we're just kicking stuff now. I'm gonna keep that there in case I decide not to just kick stuff, but extra damage on frozen targets plus a bunch of kicking stuff sounds really fun. Also, I missed this entire sub path off to the right here. Hello. Dang it. Hello. Just kick the crap out of everyone now. Anything I can get from up here? Doesn't seem like it. Hold on. Just get out of my way. Ah, hold on. Maybe if I stand right here instead. No. Let go of my head. Not ready. Seems getting my little head thing eaten by that is not helpful. Rude. What? And apparently because he's elite, I can't kick him. Just kick. This seems important though. Oh yeah. The Ram Room. Rune. Breakthrough floors. So now I can finally do this. It's about time. No others. Okay. Noted. Now I've got that ability. Yeah, we can now stomp successfully. Even though we've already had the capability to stomp. It's now more official. Come on. Nope. My goopy mess just unfortunately doesn't stretch far enough. I'll just probably go back and get that sword eventually, because just kicking stuff is not a very viable strategy. It's viable like early on, but I kind of need damage at the moment. Why are there so many elevators? Also, I didn't mean to just fall through that, but it's fine. Hello, shop. 10,000? That's a lot of money. That's a lot of damage, though. That's a lot of damage. Really wish I could purchase that right now. Where is here? No, up here. And if I can somehow make up 4,000 gold in a very small amount of time, I would love it. Just kick everything. Rude. Ah. Also, yeah, like enemies have like no resistance to fall damage. They get pretty quickly destroyed following even slight falls. Well, I survived that. Won't survive that though. Ah. Oh. Dang it. No, do not. Really should not have boots. Goodbye. Wow. Do not. Also, all the damage from boots comes when they actually hit something or go flying off an edge. So it's kind of a terrible idea to have it be your own weapon. Do not. Ah. Kicked him in the... Ah. Kicking them in the back hurts myself. Le croissant. And we're to the blackbird. Okay. I really need to go and get that sword back. This is not gonna cut it, especially against the boss. Oh, there's another shop here, so hopefully they had weapons that are affordable. They did not. That was the accessory shop. Where did I leave that behind? Crap. Here? Maybe here? I think. It was right next to like a gold treasure chest. Maybe it's all the way down here? I think it might be all the way down here. Yes! Alright. Give me that. And recycle. Alright, let's get out of here. 60 enemies without getting hit. I'm not that good. 60 cells though from that area. Breaks into 6 bombs. 116 each. Pretty nice DPS. Let's that. Storm of Knives. Got 47. Probably just go for something I know I can purchase. Several both at once. I mean, kind of just need lots of things at the moment, so might as well just purchase lots of things. There we go. Now we have these ones. Special stop in prisoner cells. Where you'll find all sorts of rare and expensive oddities for only the most experienced and discerning shoppers. That sounds worthwhile. Also, I have a lot of things now. 17 damage. 139 DPS for 4 seconds. Launches a storm of knives around you, causes bleeding. No. Versus a fire grenade. Hi, Rock. Thanks for stopping by. Stopping by. Wow, I can't speak today. Or ever. I can never speak. Dead Cells, I've been having a wonderful time with it. It's the best descriptor is what basically it says whenever they advertise this. It's a Metroidvania roguelike. So kind of each area can have its own distinct features and areas, but they're jumbled up and such. And you do get some permanent abilities that give you access to some new areas that you can adventure into. And then there's difficulty settings, there's random challenges, daily challenges, all the things everyone knows about roguelikes. Sounds right up your alley? Then give it a shot. You can feel free to hang around. There's like, even watching roguelike, it's not really like you can spoil yourself too much, except for like some key bosses and stuff. But yeah. Ooh, toxic cloud is nice. Come on. Burn when they die. Okay, that'll work. Bleeding. We got lots of bleeding. You're a 4, so maybe just get you plus. They burn when they die. Extra damage on frozen enemies is nice. Can no longer heal from food, but I have more overall health. Just gonna keep doing that. It's because it's the cleanest. I can still use my Estus whenever I feel like it. And you also get cells every single playthrough, and you lose them on death, but every time you make it through an area, you can use them all. Or you have to use them all, and you can partially or fully get things that are unlocked permanently. Either random drops throughout the level or certain passive increases. Hello, concierge. Nice to meet you again. That's so rude. It's like kind of supposed to beat this without taking any damage, but then like there's at times when it just decides to throw that on. It's just like a giant field around it that hurts you. It's like, what do you do to improve that? It's just like, how are you supposed to not take damage unless you sit in the back and just fire with projectiles? You can sit in the back and fire with projectiles, but that's like boring and kind of not the main point of the game, I would think. But I could be wrong. Also, nutcrackers are really fun. I probably should do that. Instead of that sword. Even though I just upgraded it. How dare he not introduce himself first? He did! It clearly said the concierge right at the beginning. Also, impaler sounds neat. Or just be fast. That also works. Just feels really weird to just like, one of the challenges is don't take damage on a fight when kind of your main intended thing is melee attacks, and just at random times they can just be like poof, and just there's a shield around them that just hurts you. It's like, good. Also, hi Spooky. Thank you for banning that, I guess. Thanks for stopping by, Spooky. How are you doing? Burn. I'm doing all right. Well, actually pretty nice today, because I mentioned it a bit earlier in stream, but in my speed run, I found, I may have found a new strat, and I'm very excited to try it out, and it may make some of the hardest fights in the game more trivial, and hopefully a lot more consistent. So yay. So I'm actually really excited about that. Also, hi Sargoto. Hi Captain K. Thanks so much for stopping by. Do not have to keep mentioning that every single time. Also, thank you for the 100 bits, Spooky. I appreciate it. And also, I think Spooky might be one of the only other people that's a heckin' 9-month subscriber. Got that Void Hollow Knight. It's awesome. That's perfectly fine, Sargoda. I appreciate when you can show up, but you don't gotta be too concerned that you can't make it all the time. Not too far away. I'm always concerned. And also, every time you beat a boss, you can put your cells into these legendary forges, which is a significant improvement. Every single one of those ticks is a vast improvement. 10% of the items now will be of plus quality, which is awesome. Yeah, and that's a subscribe and scrub. Has not yet earned the mark. You're only 2 months, Sargoda, but you've also, I think, collectively are worth like 70 in my chat alone. So I think that more than makes up for it. Ooh, that's a new melee weapon. Inflicts a crit hit if a victim is up against the wall. So that actually might be a fun strategy. Just go for Spartan boots and Impaler, kick them into the wall, and then stab them into the wall. Heck! I just... Thank you, Sargodo, for gifting out those 5 subs. I appreciate it. You are now worth... Actually, that's perfect, Sargodo. You're at 67, but you have 2 months of your own, so you're at 69. Nice. Never sub or gift subs here again, and you can maintain that 69. Or you could be like Spooky, and who had 69 in their bit total, and then blew it away. Like a scrub. But thank you, Sargoda, for those 5 gifted subs. I really appreciate it. So thank you for gifting them to Mr. Papalopagus, Mr. P, Vesk19, Verbin96, Eggs Lady of Palmaroon, and the Phoenix Down. Thank you so much. Nat, don't insult my custom bit badge. I enjoy my pile of Geo bit badges. They're nice. Gifting too many subs on my own channel now too, so no one can sub. It's fine. It's fine, I guess. Just making lots more friends, or forcing people to be friends or have your motes. Also, Sargoda, what motes do you have? Have you gotten any motes? Now if you've hit affiliatito? Nothing yet? Okie dokie. Working on it. Got it. Thank you, Spooky, for the 64 bits, which I presume, hold on, gets you to an absurd amount of bits, which I'm still incredibly appreciative over, but an absurd amount of bits that ends in 69. Hold on. Hasn't quite updated yet, but it'll get there. Thank you, Spooky. Also, I've got all that. I said, need to maintain my 69. It is important. Also, I'm assuming this may be another secret. Oh, there is a second area there right away. I just can't climb yet. Someday I'll hit 69, 69.6. You're already past that. Or, wait, no, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not anywhere near that much yet. That would be an absurd amount. Or you could go for 69, 420. Ever gives me enough bits that I need a bit badge just for them, they get a power back. Yeah. 25,169, actually, specifically. I have given more to Barry. I haven't given any bits to Barry in a very long time. But yeah, while I was making consistent good money, I was gladly supporting that lovely butt for um for being kind of the point at which I met so many lovely people and just a wonderful community, and Barry's not so bad himself. I say as someone who's hung out with Barry. How many bits I've given to Barrel, but I know I'm over 100 gifty subs and like maybe 400 donations. Yeah. It adds up fast, especially now that it's been like, it's getting there, almost to like 200. Whoa. Spooky. Hopefully that's not more than ever than can handle. Hashtag hard time. I had a couple interviews over the past week, so hopefully those progress. Because they both seem like actually pretty nice jobs, and I would actually really like to have them. As well as it gets me down to Raleigh, which is where I'm aiming to go. So yeah, hopefully those turn out well. I think I did a pretty good job on the interviews. What I want. It's more recovery, I suppose. Dang it. That's right, I dropped grenades on rolling, so I need to pay attention to that. Because I don't want to break my freezing too quickly. Big oof for me when I surpass 2 million donation. Or I can just roll out of there and just not have to deal with them. You had your first payoff from anything ever from stream last month when I'm gifting and donut spray. Nice. It's a strange feeling, that's for sure, to be like, oh, this somehow turned into an amount of money. People are very kind. Probably should have bought a capture card. That may have been an also effective use of your money. One crazy for tax season. That's also understandable when you get a nice influx of money. It's just like, what present can I do? Or in this specific case, gosh dang it, I hate these guys. Also, can I just drop this thing? I don't want to roll grenades. It's breaking my frozen, which is definitely what I do not want. I want to just freeze them and then give them a big ol' axe to the face. Like that. But it's difficult to do that when rolling breaks the freeze because it just drops a grenade. Also, I can't smash it. Dang. So that also lights things on fire. Get out of here. Capture cards are wonderful. Definitely allow a lot more capabilities when your computer is not having to do all the work itself for the game and for streaming. But yes, hashtag donate to Spooky to get her to TwitchCon. It's a long hashtag, but I think it works. I should do that. Just want to stream some Smash then? Yeah, that kind of really needs a capture card. I don't think There's much that's capable of capturing Nintendo stuff outside of capture cards. I can't be like, just buy the PC version. It's like, it doesn't work like that. Why are you so powerful? Jeez. Oh, they're getting guarded by that thing. That's why. Oh. And it also had that. Ooh. All of this is nice. Gonna have to go with that. 'Cause that's absurd. I can just get a webcam and use my Switch's portable mode. Yeah, easy. Also, there's a cursed chest, and I honestly really want to do it again, but the cursed chest last time killed me instantly on any hit, unless I killed 10 enemies first. I do want to get a webcam, not to catch my face, but to first post. Are you going to webcam a picture of your cow avatar? Oh yeah, if you don't want an internal capture card, there are external capture cards that do that are a bit more affordable and can function for streaming as well. That's what I did for quite a while before I got an onboard thing. Also, I'm cursed again, so hopefully this doesn't end up terribly. Nope, curse is the same as before. I have to kill 10 enemies or I just die. So damage it is. Guess I'll do that. Oof. Let me see it, Spooky. Nice. I wouldn't say my capabilities are more so at the moment. Just because my PC is just not quite capable. Oh, those don't count as enemies. Uh-oh. Do not. Oh, do not. Thank you. Okay. Whew. Made it through a cursed chest. That's nice. My PC is from 2014 and it was built with decently good components, not amazing components. But yeah, it just isn't quite capable. So once I get a new job, that's honestly going to be one of the newer things, or one of the first things I'm going to do is either upgrade this PC or just purchase a brand new second one, and this one could be a streaming PC, and then I could have like full capability on whatever the heck I want to do, which would be just super awesome. Ah, don't explode. Two PC setup didn't jive. The other PC was too inferior. Oof. It's built for gaming, but I don't know the specs. I don't remember all the specs for mine either. I used CyberPower PC is the website. And you basically just select the components and the tower you want it in, and they do all the assembly work for you. And that was just really awesome because heck, if I could do it all on my own for a brand new PC build when I had barely done all that much PC stuff before then. So that was super convenient. Went to school for computer hardware. That makes things more convenient. Or much more effective in that regard. Hi, Okras. Thanks for stopping by. My PUC was pretty stinking good when I first got it too. But yeah, it just is not really capable of doing a full 3D rendered game on top of streaming, which is just unfortunate. How high do those spikes go? Seem to go pretty high, but not. Can I get up on top of this? Might be able to throw my goopy head at it. If I can get out to the... Don't think I can. Maybe I can. Dang it out. Oof. I've devolved so much that at the point we just greet each other with H. So long as it's recognized as a greeting, I think it's fine. No one hires hardware techs anymore, so Activision's right. That's definitely a thing that's happened. Mostly just because everything's become mostly software based in terms of needs wise. Dang it! There was a thing there. Give me a kick. Greet people in real life with "Hail, traveler." Or what's Resident Evil? Just be like, "I got a rare selection on sale, stranger." What are you buying? Greetings or morning regardless of the day. Also, don't say irregardless, it's not a word. Sorry, that's like one of the few things I'm just like, it's just not a word. That's like one of the few stickler things I can be is with that one. It's just like, it's not a word. No, regardless is a word. Also, I'm pretty sure I did. Yeah, Forgotten Sepulchre was the Darkness Zone that I did. That was not a good time. Cease. Cease, Sargona. Ah, boy. This is better. It is not. Later. It's a pretty powerful broadsword, but I don't need it. Need another? Oh! Ah. I already did this, didn't I? Pretty sure I did this. I did. I used the key to go to the Forgotten Sepulchre. And I also needed a key to go to the other one, so I guess we're going to that awful place again. Also, Nat, did you find a stupid definition? Or thing that says it's an actual word? Sometimes used in place of regardless or irrespective. Irrespective is an actual word, which has caused controversy since the early 20th century, though the word appeared in print as early as 1795. It's mostly just because I'm like a stickler for like efficiency thing, or things to be efficient. And regardless has the exact same meaning as irregardless, if you want to use it that way. So it's just like, why? You're adding an extra unnecessary syllable for no purpose. Also, I didn't want to do this zone again, but I kind of have to. Unless I just try to take myself out. The purpose is to annoy you. This is also true. That's fine. Let's give that a good old chug. Bring it back. Also, I think it refills your health anyway. Greetings must be confusing and intimidating. Thanks must be rash and unthankful. And goodbyes must be hurried and sudden. Sure. Hello. Follow the light. I did that one time. It worked out all right. Also, this seems neat. Night light lights your path. Covers the ground with oil that burns around you. Generates a toxic cloud around the trap. That sounds useful. Oh, good. It's a 2-minute cooldown. Probably should have paid attention to that when I got it. Uh-oh. Oh, do not. No, get that light. I don't like this place. Ay, ay. It's very good every 2 minutes, yeah. I hate this place. It's just like kind of have to plow through, but also there's so many enemies. And I already know one area that I have to go to next time, which is just not this area. Just keep bumping up. I suppose. Or damage. Oh, come on, get up there. A new contractor to help me out a bit. It was sort of thrilled to me to have returned to me at one point and called me a machine. Hopefully in a good way, in that you're just efficient and not in a bad way that like you're too engrossed in your work. Tend to forget all the plates I jump. Is this better? Plus 100% damage. A lot more slowly. Sure. It's a higher range. I'm very helpful. That's awesome. I didn't miss anything except for the area far left. Also, sarcophagus. Judging by the engravings, the body in this sarcophagus must have been someone important. Neat. Hello, corpse. The treasure hunter with the weird hairdo must have opened this sarcophagus and never made it back up. Looks the poor bugger found something though. Neat. You made this? You made all of this? Everything? Victim resume. Explode or I can inflict bleed. Let's keep bleed. Also, question. How do I get out? I'm processing response. Bath is called a machine, but that's because Bath is Bath OS in secret. Oh, I just need to roll. There we go. Just wall jump. I wish I could wall jump. It's probably in the one area that I just missed this time, which really stinks. Oh, don't stop me there. More damage. That. There we go. You missed me being stupid. It's kind of the main thing, but that's kind of all of stream, so I would argue you really haven't missed a whole lot. I went into the wrong area, so yeah. Also, we found a corpse. Also, these lads. That is not what we talked about, Ogres. You sassy lad. I work is slowly grinding my soul like the intro to Conan Barbarian. I never watched Conan Barbarian, so I can't even say anything. I haven't watched most things. This is exactly what happens in almost all of my streams. Is you just find out that I haven't like done anything ever. And whenever we talk about food or anything, it's just like, I haven't tried a whole lot. Mostly just because I'm a loner and don't go out and do things. No. It's basically whatever that can be made in a pizza oven. Is basically my typical meals. No, stop teleporting. God. Yeah, Jack's Pizza is a primary thing, and chicken patties, fish sticks. You can make actually quite a few things in pizza ovens. Pizza ovens are very versatile, and I actually usually tend not to do too much microwave stuff. And there's one crypt key. I remember this now. This is a very long area. Been learning to cook more lately. Yeah, I enjoy cooking. It's just that I kind of just, it has to be whatever I want to make for myself. Is what it boils down to for me. So I usually do some sort of cooking on the weekends. Yeah, I do some sort of cooking on the weekends. And I have those leftovers. I think I made the wall jump. And I use those leftovers for the rest of the week. Not for every meal, but like every other. For Blue Apron, that's helped bring you out of your comfort zone. That's awesome. Jack's Pizza's all right. It's not groundbreaking. It's still frozen pizza, but it's good for its price. This is what I'll say about Jack's Pizza. So how the heck do I get to it? Oh, there's literally a thing right here that allows me to go up there. I really don't like this area. The orb doors are dependent on your difficulty. Oh, hi. 7. That's a lot. Whip. Quick bow. Nah, I think I'll just pass on those. Also, I didn't think that that's what I saw. Maybe I'm still missing something? Because I thought I saw something else, but could be wrong. You know, there's that. Ow. Ow. Note to self. Darkness starts to kill you. Thought about signing up for Blue Brave Room would save me money between buying food and spending gas to get it. I don't know about that. It's very obviously dependent on your personal situation. But I think, or at least when I looked at the prices for Blue Apron when I was considering it, I was just like, no, that's actually just pretty expensive. It's convenient because it gets you all the ingredients and a recipe to cook, and that can last for quite a few meals. But that wasn't worth it in total for me. But that was just my situation. Probably a little too expensive for portion sizes. It's convenient, and I like to use it to try new spices. That, if you've got the capability for it, definitely having something that can introduce you to stuff you would not try on your own is excellent. In general. Hello. Also, wolf trap. Yeah. Oh, dang it. I wanted to sell that. There we go. Doesn't love saffron? Is saffron a spice? Again, Tom doesn't know anything. A really expensive spice. Then no wonder I wouldn't know anything about it. As well. This is why I need to get my emote set, because this would have been a perfect time. Is it a lovely gasp emote, or is it a saffron emote? Those would both have been applicable for the conversation. Emote, yeah. You know, emotes. You use them on Torch.tv. Duh. Hello, Elite. It's nice of you to not get frozen. Grim has emotes. Yeah, that's actually very true. Or is more O than Sargoto? That is very true. Ah, cleavers. Take minus 25% damage when you're here. Sounds pretty good. Spooky has emotes. This is also true. When's the next Spookums emote coming out? I think you still have some extra slots that are unused. Even though I love Angor. Angor is an excellent emote. Captain K has an emote. Awesome. The Cap 17. Wow. It's a good one. Spiked shield I'll never use. Showroom seems important. If you don't stream at this point. Yeah, a lovely, so many lovely people now stream. Work with Drubk a lot. That would be a good one. Maybe sent Deer my work in progress and decided I need a new plan. Is by default, because Eric does not stream, that they now have to. Is that how this community works now? Also, shoot, I forgot this was the boss. Well, this will probably end poorly. Again, there's a trophy for beating this without getting hit. Oh, well, I got hit. Let's not finish this. Oh. Stop. Also, most... It's just got... so frustrating. Here, have that. Well, see, because you... Again, in order to not get hit, you basically have to be using ranged attacks. Because the amount of situations where you can't really do anything against with a melee attack is absurd. Because you broke out in an instant. They break out in an instant from everything and immediately attack. As well as things that would normally immobilize don't anymore, and then they just attack through it anyway. It's just absurd. Also, hi Hybrid. Thanks for stopping by. I'm not gonna click on that then. Also, why is that opening up there? Why would you do that to me? Open it up with the browser. It looks Simpson-y, is what it looks like to me. But I think it would work. I didn't smash another monitor. No, it just decided to work it as the Twitch app on the desktop instead of on browser. It was weird. Then I think you pretty much nailed it. Bully with kindness unless it's buried, then we just bully. Yeah. Also, maybe... Stuns blocked enemies? Stuns last longer if very successful. Or maybe if you want to use melee, you kind of just have to... deal, I guess is kind of it. I don't know. Better photographer than artist. Same, because at the very least, phones are very capable of getting pretty powerful pictures by now. I'm still terrible at drawing. Let's upgrade into that. Already used up all that. What? Oh, I need to give him a better artist than photographer. But you're a heckin' good artist, so that's understandable. Better at napping than drawing. Let's see. Let us see. So I got the castle. I meme all over the place to find someone to put my vision to paper, but everyone is too busy napping these days. I would say that's only the case for Spooky, just because Spooky likes to nap. This is also true, Pepper. I'm good at appreciating it. Get the reference in advance. It's fine. It's fine. These things happen. And if I remember correctly, kind of the main secret area here is also blocked by being able to wall jump, which means this also may have been completely worthless. We'll see. I have not watched the No Clip docs on Hitman. Still just waiting on a time to do that. Should hopefully be able to do that soon, though. Oh, hello. Also, I've been affected by malaise. I still don't know what that means. It said that to me before, and I still don't know what it means. Really cool insight on how they went about designing levels. Yeah, I was expecting that from that doc, and I cannot wait to watch. Because just even seeing Game Maker's Toolkits video on Hitman level design was awesome. Let alone seeing a full-blown documentary that includes it. Awesome. Mostly the breakup with Squeenix, but the second bit is all the time. Got it. Seems understandable because they kind of... I think the first part is the rise and fall of Hitman. Or fall and rise, more specifically. Also, yeah, the new Game Maker's Toolkit video on Celeste was awesome. Rise, Fall, Rise. Yeah, actually. Hitman was quite popular when it first released. Could try for ranged. Just gonna sell it, even though it's probably a terrible idea, but we'll see how well it goes when I'm not constantly freezing enemies. I've played Gex 2 on the PS1. I think it was called Enter the Gecko. It was a neat 3D platformer for the time. It is very laggy today. I do watch Matthew Matosis's vids when they do come out, which is sparingly, but I tend to enjoy them. There's a once. First target. Nah. Gex hasn't aged. It was of its time. The comedy kind of sticks, but not really. I think I'd still enjoy it, but that might just be pure nostalgia at this point. Because I know it had some just generally frustrating parts in it a lot. Okay, thank you, thank you! Are you serious for how long that lasted? Okay, and they can kick. I need to properly learn some of these enemies for once. Also, that's just straight up Alucard right there. Game uses videotapes. Yeah, uses VHSs and stuff. Into the clock room to fight the boss with a curse that has 6 enemies kills left. Good luck, Johnny. I believe that you're gonna die. Yeah, I don't it was just really convenient, I remember, in the VHS area that you could just straight up record your TV. The amount of times I recorded Pokemon because I wasn't around when it was gonna be live was a lot. And I really enjoyed that. Power Rangers. I guess I just kind of don't understand the fundament of this game if I'm not just able to freeze enemies very wantonly. Also, yeah, I need some way to do extra damage. No, that's a tornado. That's sucking me in. Yeah, I need to figure out ways to play this without the capability of freezing. Hi. Only thing I ever recorded on VHS were some Simpsons episodes. That was also a primary thing to do with VHS. Especially when Simpsons, especially then, with cable TV being many people's primary way to get anything. Recording The Simpsons was huge back then. Also, not being able to just freeze stuff stinks. Oh no. Those actually might be worth something, old Dragon Ball VHSs. One of them had porn. That was also a thing that happened. People either recorded, got HBO for a short time to get the adult content for a little bit and recorded on VHS. And sometimes they would be stupid enough to do it on VHSs that they rented. God. And now we have porn. Yeah. Yeah, people used to rent porn. That was a thing. Or smart, depending on their goals, to potentially hand out porn to minors on either accident or on purpose. I'd say it's more questionable. If their goal was to increase chaos and potentially do something illegal in the process, then yeah, I guess you could do that. That stuff still happens. Well, yeah. Oh, God. Like, that's something that confuses me about this game, is with the major focus on melee. There's so many times where it's just like, I think melee is probably the worst thing you can have in so many situations. So many enemies, even with fast attacking abilities, still are not fast enough to hit them in between their attacks. And when so many of the weapons rely on critical hits from sustained attacks, it's like, then you're never truly getting your damage potential ever. Is what feels off to me about this game. Also, like, shit like that is honestly very frustrating when there's just a horizontal line that just pans up and just spawns right there. It's like, what do? If you're melee, you kind of have to do damage, but if you're anywhere nearby, you're just instantly taking damage. It's like, why even have melee? You might as well just have all ranged all the time. Like, I expect that, but it's just like so many situations where it's just like, yeah, you can't use melee here, or you just get hurt. It frustrates me because it's just like, why even have it in the game then? If you can't outsmart your opponent with, like, I can understand having things that are better for other, for certain situations and are better suited for other situations than some other ones would. But just having it such that if you're using melee attacks, which is kind of expected, and just being anywhere near them causes you damage, especially in the harder difficulties, it's just like, why? Like, it's basically then you have to, there's no reason to be up close at all. Then you should just be playing ranged and only ranged. And that's, also, yeah, I know it's not an easy thing to do, but this just feels like a bit of an absurdity when, especially with so many attacks that have such long windups, like, you get to land one hit, but they're built for combos. So you land one hit, you roll, you're not continuing the combo. So it's just, unless there's just something else that I'm not seeing. It just frustrates me. Because as easy as you can just play ranged and just play from the back, it's just like, that's boring though. Like, yeah, I can understand like having certain enemies that are more difficult to manage in with certain weapons and builds and stuff, but basically making some almost impossible to do without getting hit feels really bad. Unless when you're melee, you're basically supposed to have a shield. Which, I mean, they do have shields in this game, but with how fast some of the enemies can be, I never felt that it was going to be all that helpful because they're still taking damage. For someone like me, and it honestly just might be my personal preference kind of thing, I much more prefer having every single attack being avoidable. Kind of regardless of what build you take, but obviously having some more easily to avoid with one build versus others. That's just my mentality on things, so it just may not suit the way a game like this is designed. That's why Hollow Knight always felt so fantastic for the most part, is that the amount of situations where you couldn't, or the amount of situations in which you were put that you had to take damage was so small in Hollow Knight. Almost everything in Hollow Knight you could avoid, either by straight up avoiding or by carefully learning their attacks and timings. And that feels great to master, because you can just basically not get hit once you learn it enough. This sometimes is just like, you're taking damage with this build and there's kind of nothing you can do about it. You kind of have to build combos to make an easy run. It is a roguelite, yeah. Sometimes you just get weapons that don't either like or can't combo. Yeah. But then there's just like, it's basically then that you have to have something that's good for all scenarios at all times, which doesn't feel good either then, because then you're also kind of railroading yourself into just like, okay, I got one piece of the puzzle, time to get another piece of the puzzle that is the build, so that you can have something for every single situation. Then it feels like there's not really builds. I don't know, it's tricky. I'm still new to the game. I should probably not complain too much, because I still, all things considered, have not played the game that much, and I haven't been in it that long, so there's still so much that I very much can learn. Oh yeah, Hollow Knight was very much from the ground up was designed with the mentality of, if you got hurt, that was 100% on you. Either you haven't learned yet, or you haven't learned the movement yet, or you just made a mistake in your movements and stuff like that. That was basically that seems like something that was built in Hollow Knight from the beginning. And everything was designed around that. Shields can be super good. Block just flat reduces damage, parries completely block an attack. Yeah. I still have a lot to learn. Yeah. Primal Aspids took a lot to learn. Doing the last Coliseum trial was very rough the first time around. Because those primal aspids are difficult. Stuns blocked enemies. And I can try for it because I have the money for it. So why not? We'll try doing some work in shielding. So there's one small area here. Hello. Luckily, you can kind of tell timing by the exclamation points if you have those turned on. Yeah, those are the flying enemies that spit in 3 directions whenever they fire. Everyone hates those. Even though they're avoidable and once you learn it, you can do it. It still is very difficult to do the first time around. Let's see. Some help. Wolf trap. It's 1 up. Might as well. Sell that. I can't get that because I don't have the capability of the wall jump. Doable, but they suck when there's multiple and other ones. Right? Yeah, it is very difficult to manage. It's manageable, but it's difficult. All right. Boss fight again? So I know for sure I still need to do the regular way. Tornado powers. Inflicts damage on all targets and caught inside, changes direction when it's a wall. Still haven't unlocked any powers, but I'm close to this, so I'm gonna put it into that. And so we can do some modifiers if we want. I think that should be fine. Thinking we should be fine. I hope. Okay. Oh no, I didn't refill my flask. Okay, well, we're probably dead. Oh. I kind of killed your king. Sorry about that. Oh no, those blow up. Oh, scorpions. Oh, what? No, stop. Oh, come on. No. That's not what I wanted to do. Oh, I didn't refill my flask, so basically knew that was death from the beginning. But that's fine. So I don't really need to keep beating that guy. Because honestly, I just want to get the exploration more so than anything. Really, Spartan sandals? I guess I'm just gonna speed run then, because alright, time to go. Screw enemies. Oh well, take this. I want to see if I can't open one of those timed doors. That one seemed like a long path. This one should be close enough. Time. And that should be 2 minutes. Arriba. Oh, okay, so you get money, you get some souls, and some weapons, and a blueprint. Frenzy. Seems dangerous. I suppose I can do that. Also, let's swap those. So that's just kind of a bit of a reward. Melee attacks give you back a small amount of HP depending on attack damage as long as you have an active speed buff. That's interesting. Almost got that specialist showcase thing. Oh, this is a 4. It's actually really good. So I mean, if you can get really fast through the first one, you get some very powerful equipment. Also, I still don't have too much in the way of mutations. Alright, well, we haven't gone back to the toxic sewers in a while, so might as well see if there's anything new here. Also, I'm using the assassin blade, so I gotta go in behind enemies. Like so. No. Did that? Yoink! Oh wait, no. These pipes are climbable. They're just kind of really blend into the background. No, what? Really? Nothing there. Heck! Greg? Thank you for that raid. I appreciate it. Hi, Cameron. Thank you for that raid, Greg. I really do appreciate it. How was the stream? It is I, a Greg. There we go. Greg has noise pollution. These things happen. Actual noise pollution or the hammy noise pollution? Slight difference. Smoke alarm's low on battery. That is actually some noise pollution. Hopefully it didn't distract the stream too much, having a beep happen every like 30 minutes or so. Oh, wow. It's K-Mac's birthday tomorrow? Happy preemptive birthday, K-Mac. Another Borf? So many Borfs recently. Nice. Thank you for rolling me right into that. Also, hi, Myths. Thanks for stopping by. That means I will also probably have to swing on by if I can. Wish you a happy actual board. November was a good month for parents, I guess. It's the beginning of winter, so what else do you have to do? Oh, rude. Wow. How did that still go through? I really don't like dodging plants bombs. Ooh. I guess not. Take this then. Yeah, August is definitely a very popular fourth. What, you can't just oh yeah, that's the guy I stole his room from. You can't just stream from work? Second Christmas, yeah. Mine's December, which basically is just double Christmas, I guess. Yes, also our main character did just flip that guy off. Because why not? You're welcome. I spotted it on the billboard, and I was just like, I should probably throw a follow. Come on. I'm gonna die here. The company won't let you. How dare they? So yeah, I do kind of need to play safe. Oh! Not safe enough, apparently. July 2nd, the day of my kid. Nice. Ah! Oh no. I didn't actually mean to go back through the teleporter, but it's fine. Infantry grenade. we going to be getting Myths streams soon? Shield. I don't know, Minecraft's not terribly taxing. Just with how simplistic it is, but can be at times with all the generation that it does. Okay, so there's the ramparts. I should probably not search for more stuff. Oh, hi, Guardian Scroll that I just didn't pick up. I will be taking that. Good, it did almost no healing. I also didn't go to the right at the beginning. Oh, hi. The tombstone dropped from the ceiling and... Damn it. I recognized the sand. Poor guy could not escape fate. His lair became his tomb. I understand now why he wanted his rune back. Because it allows you to get this to go to that area. I'll take that. It's not bad. It ran worse for you than Dark Souls 3 did? Wow. Maybe I'm wrong. Gonna get a game capture thing to stream stuff on my Wii and Switch in the future. Awesome. Game capture cards are quite handy. Better since I factory reset my laptop. 15 FPS was standard. Oof. That's pretty low. 30 FPS is much more tolerable for everyday things. Aha! Fire! Ooh, treasure. Have to get to bed because work is taxing. So is DMV, which I have to go tomorrow. Oof. That's double oof. Get some heckin' rest. You'll need for that game. Thanks for stopping by. Have yourself a good sleep. And if I don't say it tomorrow as well, have a happy birthday. After years of low frame rates, 60 FPS is basically whiplash. Yeah. I'll stay at this then. 26-minute door at 14.4. Nice. Extra speed. Also, I can do this now. Which I'm taking my time because I literally will die if anything hits me. Ancient sewers. This is actually new. It's awesome. Heck. Okay, man. Thank you for your heckin' 100 parting bits. I appreciate it. And you're welcome. Heckin', get your butt to sleep, Kate. She does that sometimes. I'm aware. How dare you? How dare you be kind? Myths is a caveman experiencing moving pictures for the first time. I would also liken it to the people, or just in general, when everything used to run at cinema frame rates of 24 and starting to see stuff at 48 or 60 FPS. It's just like, oh, it's way too much movement. And now I can't go back. When it's like not 60 FPS, I'm just like, I wish it was 60 FPS. Hunter's Mirror. Locks a mirror near the scribe that may come in handy during your hunts. Hmm. Get the heck out of here, K-Mac. Go to bed. Got one of those as a computer. What do I want to start working towards? Impaler sounds neat. Maybe the tornado. Hunter's Mirror also sounds nice. Should probably just unlock stuff that I can actually feasibly get to. Oh, I'm gonna do these ice shards. Ice shards seems very useful. Oops, I didn't want to do that. Oh, we're doing that. I think that'll be fine. And let's get some necromancy up here. And refill. Can't really tell the difference between different FPS levels or resolutions above 480p. Really? It depends on how close you are, I presume, but I can really tell FPS differences nowadays. I guess it's just something that's more so grown on me over time. That I just have become so accustomed to seeing such fluid motion that going back to 30 feels very strange to me. But I can kind of tell the difference between 720p and 1080, but it's like not that significant. And for stream wise, 720 is more than enough. It's definitely what most people's internet is more capable of, that's for sure. It was. Cinema quality was 24. 60 kinda was basically NES because that's the frequency that American power lines run on, I believe. So it was just matching that. That's why Europe actually had different. Europe's runs at 50 frames per second. So early NES, SNES, and before era stuff ran at 50 FPS for Europe and 60 FPS for America and Japan. Those being the primary video game markets at the time. I haven't been able to stream longer than 2 hours because of work, but I'm off. Nice. But yeah, that was the main thing for like NES could output that, and because it was analog signal, I believe that also was the case for TVs, because TVs could just do whatever they were told at the time with the CRTs. But cinema specifically was filmed at 24 FPS, and I don't know why that was just the standard. Yeah, that is just something that's who needs an Italian plumber. So we're in the ancient sewers. Nice. That's definitely something that it's always fun to just go back to the basics. It's just like, oh, I actually just really love this stuff. Also, hi Chen, thanks for stopping by. VR is actually super interesting, just if you want to keep talking frame rates, because you really need fast frame rates for VR. Because you're trying to simulate an entire existing universe. To have anything that dips low in frame rate or has frame rate stuttering can be very jarring and nauseous for people. 3 FPS is a lot. That knife dance, I still haven't had a chance to try that. $16-second cooldown. Probably just buy both of these. That over the grenade, this over the trap. thank you for having two teleporters right next to each other that go nowhere. I missed the croissant. So there's no enemies so far, which is... Oh, there's one. Which is disconcerting. Oh, hi. Oh, I'm sorry. You just spawn spikes now, do you? That's surely gonna be frustrating. Oh, hey, look, they dropped a key, though. Also, that's not what I was expecting from a whatever they described it as. A storm of knives around you was not what I was expecting from just a radial pattern of knives. Okay, well, it's gonna be a thing now, isn't it? Oh, hi, saw blade. I don't need you. Let's purchase some much better equipment. There's so many different paths. Oh. Uh-oh, get out of there. Oh, come on. Really? Oh, there's actually stuff. Just do that. Use drop file instead of just a Word document. Oh, no! For world building stream, I can't draw well, but I could have easily grouped in webs of different layers. That could work. That or any other drawing software that works with layers do the trick. Burning damage from projectiles reduced by 75%. Yes, please. That seems really powerful. And a treasure. Also, I really want to get rid of this hail of arrows thing. Guess I can try the whip for once, since I never truly give it much shot. Guess there. Fire grenade. Instead, do all the fire. Ah, do not hit me with the Mario chain balls. This is a very strange area. So many random checkpoints here. Oh, come on, really? Thought I rolled past that. No, don't walk into the poison. I don't know what to get. Oh, I can get the scroll. More health would be nice at the moment. Also, I'm just whipping everything in the butt. Just gonna say that seemed secretive. Hey, there we go. Secret zone. Door's locked. What? Come on, really? Come on. This is very much a more Metroid morph ball type thing. Get in there. Aha! Did it. And then immediately have to do a similar thing. Oh, I can't go there. Oh, this is just very confusing, and I really don't know where I'm supposed to press it at any given time. We're figuring it out. Ah, there we go. Here. Up. Zoop. Here. Oh, come on. This is just all blind movement at this point. This is so awkward. Where is it? Come on. Oh. There it is. Gold deserves 5 blueprint. I'm guessing it's gonna be the same curse, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Too greedy. Yep, same curse. Definitely do this if I'm gonna be doing the sinew as well. And I'm hopefully just gonna be in enough situations where I can. Are you freaking kidding me? Why didn't he roll through? That one's just stupid. I rolled through a rollable pass and it didn't put me through. Well, it was instant death because of the curse, and I knew that ahead of time, but I rolled through a thing that allows you, that you're supposed to roll through, and it didn't do it. It put me on the other side for some reason. That's just freaking frustrating. So stupid. There are things that I really enjoy about this game, but then there's also bullcrap like that happens sometimes. Where if I wasn't in a situation where it was a one-hit kill because of the curse, it would have been fine. But it's just... I rolled through it and it put me on the wrong side. Guess we're just gonna run through now and see if we can't get 8 minutes past the sewers. Also, why am I killing stuff then? Now that I know that that place is a thing. Hi, Pinky. Thanks for stopping by. Even if it was partially unintentional and just dragged along with the Greg raid. Ah, 4 firebrands, roomy amulet, armlet, burns the ground around you, generates toxic. Let's do that. Thank you, Cords. Alrighty, Pingu. Take care. Have yourself a good sleep. What was I putting it towards? Ice shards. Let's go for get inside and go for extra health. Alright, let's see if we can't just plow on through the sewers real quick. Find the ancient sewers. Oh, why thank you for this, though. Story of this game? I don't know, you're basically undead. And you're just trying to do this thing. I honestly don't think they explained it to you that much. Oh, well, no damage. Why didn't I have a roll? I suppose the rolls are on a slight cooldown. Blood sword. It's not that much better. I do really need a new weapon though. Dang, I didn't want to. Weirdly Dark Souls-esque story. Yeah, there's some stuff that's told through stuff that you find, which again is also extra weird for telling a story because it's randomly generated. Means you get literal piecemeal of it at random times. Thank you for not rolling. Good. No. Oh, it's a shop. Oh, we really need that. It's 2D Dark Souls. No. If you want 2D Dark Souls, take a look at Soul Sanctuary. Salt and Sanctuary. Salt and Sanctuary is literally 2D Dark Souls. Like to a T. And I love it. Salt and Sanctuary is fantastic. Sorry. Sometimes it's difficult to tell jokes through the means of text. Should be the way. The ancient sewers. And also, I'm just a dingus that sometimes can't tell when things are jokes. Let's see. There we go. Oh yeah, the Dark Souls has just become the default for comparison for like everything now. Arkham City's the Dark Souls of Batman games. Not really. Victims freeze nearby enemies. That's actually pretty good. Demon Souls is better than Dark Souls. In some ways, yes. There's some basic fundamental things that I disagree with. Mostly in the abundance of healing items for Demon Souls. Like, it's very, yeah, I don't fully mean that, I just prefer it. I mean, to each their own on their likings. It's what got me started in that thing. But yeah, like, you have so many healing items in that game. Either you really do very poorly and use up all your grass, and then you have to do everything without getting hit to your slowly decreasing total health pool. Or you have so much healing items that it doesn't matter. Or you just, yeah, you can grind in Boletaria for free stuff. This is a game I got the furthest in, but I also found it much easier to navigate than Dark Souls. Yeah, it was definitely more linear. Especially with the teleporters. It is definitely a hub and spoke system. Although the weirdest part about Demon Souls to me was just that you're not like truly intended to go down one and follow it all the way to the end. He's basically supposed to go down one to the first boss, go back, try a new branch, go to that first boss, go back, find a new branch, go to that first boss. It's weird. I don't know how I really feel about it other than that it's just weird. Yeah, it's also weird boss rush towards the end. Yeah, all the last sections of every single area are just final bosses. In some good ways and in some bad ways. I would say differently. Yeah, Demon Souls definitely also has really bad bosses. Some of them. They feel a bit standard in terms of bosses. Oh, dang it. Just go away. Why aren't you firing more often? Stop. The old monk is cool in concept. I did not enjoy the old monk in execution. Because if you were actually playing online all the time, like you were intended, the souls the Souls internet, as well as the penchant for incredibly laggy connections and cheating players did not serve for a fun time when I was actually doing it online. I was constantly getting paired up against people that could just one-shot me with whatever they were doing, or just teleport me behind me for backstabs. It was quite frustrating. And then the actual boss fight, if you do it offline, is meh. Pretty meh. So it's cool in theory, but because of how the Souls games have worked forever, it can be a frustrating time in setups like that. There was one in the last DLC for Dark Souls 3 that was set up just like that, and it's a very hit or miss type of situation depending on who you actually get to fight. Oh gosh dang it. Yeah, leg switchers was a big thing as well. It was, well, I mean, it was definitely the most creative because it was their first attempt at a game like it. And then from then on, they were building on the fundaments that they found there. Oh, Myths had asked what my opinion was on Bloodborne. I love the hell out of Bloodborne. It's probably, if we're not like including Sekiro, it's probably one of the best standalone ones, or like that just fun, that stands on its own as just an awesome game. Just because it's so unique in its setting. Parry system is really neat with the guns. The fact that it rewards aggression by giving you some of your health back when you take a hit if you do damage afterwards. Just so many awesome systems that lead to just such a unique and awesome experience. And then favorite from the actual Souls games would probably be Dark Souls 3, but that's mostly just because it's like fundamentally the culmination of all their experience with those type of games. Was all put in, or was all kind of came into fruition with Dark Souls 3, for me at least. Oh yeah, the Bloodborne definitely went back to the Dark Souls 1 style of level design versus Dark Souls 2, which was meh. So many PS4 I want to play and can technically play, but the last time I played it was when the Castlevania collection came out. My brother had some a lot played since. Oof. Just be like, can I just play a PS4 game? You can have more excuses if you get a capture card, then it's just like, can I use the PS4 for a bit? I want to stream something. It's in his bedroom. Well, then steal it. Easy. Actually, don't. It's probably mean to steal things. Excuse me while I sit here enjoying my only child privilege. I didn't have that. But my brother and sister definitely enjoyed playing games, but they were not as into it as I was. So they got to use it when they wanted to. But for the most part, it was me that bought and collected games. Not collected, but was the one playing them all the time. My body started to mutate. A viscous substance is oozing out of the body and across the floor like a snail's trail. Trail leads to the hole. I don't know what it is. I don't really want to know. We're gonna find out. Oh. Dead end. Some strange place to have one. R1 to small hole, yeah. It's how we do video games. Come on! What the fuck am I supposed to do against that? It spawns a horizontal line. If there's nowhere you can go, what can you do but take damage? That shit is freaking stupid. Why? It doesn't really add anything interesting. You just take damage. Stuff like that is so freaking dumb in this game. Like, I don't get the interesting gameplay element that provides. I don't... It's okay to have these type of thoughts. It's literally just why? I'm perfectly fine. I can just allow myself to have some of these emotions sometimes, but it's like, why? What? Wait till the clockwise rotating laser beam. Why? Within this 2D plane that you exist, if you're spawning an enemy that is stuck in a room that shields, that has a very low ceiling such that you cannot jump over this horizontally spawning thing, just make it not happen. I get that it's randomly generated, but you can set your random generation to account for certain variables, such as a room that it's going to spawn into. Also, hi, Bobo. Like, I will likely not get that far in the game because of so many, like, even just playing on easy. It's just like, why does that exist? It doesn't feel like it adds interesting gameplay challenge. It just feels like it's adding difficulty for the sake of difficulty and causing me to go even further into don't bother with melee weapons, which is already a thing I already get from this game many times. It could just be so very frustrating, and it feels like it just doesn't add anything. I just don't get it, is probably the big thing that's so frustrating about me. It just doesn't feel like it's that nice. Yeah, it pushes you to learn to do other ways to fight, but then you have to start just carrying around something to fight in a different way, or you have to play super passively when this game tries in so many ways to try to make you play quickly. I don't know. Easier now compared to previous. Well, I mean, for sure, normal. Like, normal mode, there's almost very, or at least with me, there's very little chance that I'm actually authentically going to die unless I do something stupid, such as take a cursed chest. But yeah, I mean, I've gotten to the final boss twice already, beat it my first time, and died the second time, but that was because I forgot to refill my Estus flask right before it. So that one was just on me being an idiot. Also, hi, Kate. Thanks for stopping by. Doesn't force you to take damage the way you play it might. I mean, yeah, I am playing it aggressively. I know that for sure. But it feels like that's what the game kind of wants me to do. I could be wrong, and obviously it's just how people perceive games and stuff. I want it to latch onto the wall. Hey. But like, with the way this feels like it wants me to play is definitely, it feels like it wants me to be in there and doing out the damage, especially with the way the comboing works in this game, where most of the melee weapons do increased damage. Oh, that's how I was actually supposed to get it. Whoops. Most of the melee weapons get more and more damage as you land their combo farther on. So the first hit doesn't really do a lot, but so many enemies you have to immediately worry about their next attack as soon as you land one hit. So it's like you can't even get your melee damage out. So it just kind of feels like you're kind of not supposed to do that, or you're just supposed to play incredibly passively, which doesn't feel well suited. Or at least from my perspective, it doesn't feel well suited for this game to play it super passively like I would play a Dark Souls game, where I'm very much paying attention to every single minute detail of every single enemy to make sure I'm being at the right place at the right time. Because there's so many enemies around that exactly makes it more different. And continued combos after dodge roll? It didn't feel that way, but I could be wrong. Only a few that up damage? It's felt like almost all. Twin daggers do, the broadsword does, the nutcracker, whatever it's called, does. And green to it. Yeah, if you want to just go for a full ranged build. I just honestly think that feels boring. But that's just my perspective. I don't know. Maybe it's just that this game isn't jiving with the way I want it to, which is entirely possible, which is honestly more likely than anything. Use whatever the game gives you the most and just stack into it. Melee, range, they can all work out. It feels like many situations melee is very much not the preferred way to do things. Especially when I was playing hard against the dummies that shield enemies. If there's so many enemies hanging around where the dummy is, ow. If there's so many enemies hanging around where the dummies are, then their shields kind of overlap the dummies and you kind of can't do damage to it. And you can't break it. Oh my god, there's so many enemies. Go away. Also, hi, Prince Roman. Thanks for stopping by. Think of the broadsword, balance blade, and giant killer. Nutcracker for sure does increase damage as combo goes by. Wish I had the wall jump. Also, should probably heal. The only reason I know so much about the Nutcracker is because my first playthrough on normal, I did it again. No, grab onto that, please. I got a pretty obscenely powerful freezing, and Nutcracker that did an absurd amount of damage on frozen targets. And basically I got to the second to last area and I was one-shotting everything. I would just freeze in one swing with the Nutcracker and everything would basically die in an instant. So it trivialized most of the regular areas. I have all red. so please do not. Oh, I roll. Probably should get that. Oh, and I see. So this is where Ancient Sewers kind of gets its deal. Could go for 20 blue, or I could go for Nutcracker, or I could go... I do have a lot of freezing. That's a plus. And it's a 3. Good. Mm. Oh, I'm perfectly fine with tips. Especially considering, I mean, I've technically beaten the game already. I just need to go through all these secret areas and see what's all in there. Especially not if it launches a grenade. I'm just gonna go for these and permanently unlock stuff. Are we post game? I mean, kinda. The Insufferable Crypt. That's new. Yeah, past the tutorial difficulty. I mean, as I'm still playing on easy. I'm honestly just splitting stats so that I can get more HP. That's kind of the beginning thing for me, is just get a bunch of HP increases. And then I dive into more single stat as the HP increases are less significant. Or less different between switching and getting a baseline of all of them up. But that's just my head space with it. Also, good night, Arrow. Thanks for hanging out. Have yourself a good sleep. One stat purely does not include your primary pick, the highest HP offering. Compound DPS as much as possible. It's not a terrible idea, especially considering I just kind of go gung-ho and slash away. Slowing down targets sounds awesome. As well as, I mean, I still haven't seen a significant portion of the game, either in the bonus areas or all these unlocks that take forever to unlock. Critical hits if bleeding or poisoned. Ooh, that's actually, seems like that would be actually a lot of fun. Want to go fast and need to hit those enemies hard. What else do I want? We're gonna do range stuff. Crits on immobilized. I'm just gonna go for that. There's no achievement for no hitting the giant because doing it is easy and hilarious. The giant, as in the first boss, he's actually been quite a pain for me to no hit. Mostly just because, I mean, you've seen how I play so far, so when it just decides to throw up a ring around it that just does damage within a he does no damage within a blink of an eye, or suddenly does a ring of damage within a blink of an eye. Just doesn't feel good. Slows down. Try that. Never tried it. The old giant? I guess I have not yet. Crit hits if bleeding or poison, but I don't have anything that bleeds or poisons at the moment, so it really wouldn't be that useful. I guess we're just going full freezing then. It's fine. We're probably going to be fighting a boss. I mean, we've got all red, so might as well go with all red. Good. Hello. Okay, well, that shows the angle of direction. Okie doke. Oh. Dodge roll. Oh, could you not? Hello. Oh, rude. Oh. Oh, you're faster now. Good. Okay, so it'd probably be better to split the damage, so as soon as they get boosted, you can just take them out. Very fast tentacles. Ah, rude. No. Do not. Alright, where's the charge gonna come from? No. Just that quick little chug. Okay, they can move now. Dang it, fired those the wrong way. Ah. Oh, rude. Heck, another raid. I appreciate it. Slightly distracted. Oh. Wow, I am... Stop. Get your heckin' tentacles out of here. Charge, or are we gonna get green? Charge. Oh, come on. Oh, hi. Oh, this is bullet hell now. Ah! Also, it feels... My instinct is telling me to not get so close as to hit it, but I know that's not the case already. Ah. Come on. Tentacles are going to be more death to me than anything. Rude. Taking way too much damage from tentacles. Ugh. Ugh. They're so fast. Come on, just go down. No. Oh. It's a big old chunk. Come on, just let me hit you. Rude. Rude. Yeesh. Gwen, thank you for that raid. I appreciate it. Well, I mean, I am playing on the easiest difficulty, though. Yeah, the weapon I was using was definitely not great for that. Because, whew, my attacks were weak. But hi, Paladin. Hi, Gwen. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. I'm doing all right. As much as I'm having things to complain about in this game, I'm still very much enjoying it. We'll see how much that enjoyment brings me further into the game, but for now, it's still enough to keep going. Why did you give me a broadsword 3? Let's recycle it. 525 extra damage to frozen, so might as well. Also, I still don't have the capability to do wall climbs, which still bugs me. There's so many areas of this game that I still have not been to. Also, I still don't know what malaise is. When I've gotten that level of malaise increased every now and again, I still don't know what it means. I just have lots and lots of freeze, which I am totally down with. It's a form of mayonnaise. I think we're just fine with everything for now then. Cursed sword. One hit and you're dead. Awesome. Also, I don't think I've been to this. Slumbering Sanctuary doesn't sound familiar. So maybe this is new to me as well. Yeah, this definitely looks new. Oh yeah, this is new. Cool. I'll probably take my time in this one then, instead of rushing through it. I don't even want to see what you do. Nope. Oh. Oh, rude. These grenades are pretty powerful at the moment. Could I get more powerful ones? It doesn't have the increased damage to frozen, so it's not as worthwhile to me. Is this another new thing that blocks my path that I don't have the capability of? Sure looks like it. Considering it has its own special colored dot in the minimap, I would assume so. Oh, do not. Oh, rude. Pyrotechnics. Hi. Oh no, didn't want to fall. Why is everything so foggy? Oh, good. We got some Super Meat Boy stuff happening there. Oops, that was the wrong button. That was dumb of me. And I took a lot of excess damage for no reason. Ooh, that's a fancy scene. Damaged, poisoned, 79 DPS, lots of bleeding. Probably should take it, but I'm not gonna. Also, there's just a gold area there. I should probably do that. 8 hours of smashing today now? That's a heck of a lot of Smash Bros. Why would you let me come over here? Why would you let me come over here if I can't even open it? When I could have just opened it from the other side. Yay! Oh, it's not red. HP it is then. I'm assuming I should hopefully be able to get something that deals with that in this level. This seems like a dangerous room. Let's dive in. Hello. Do I finally get the ability to jump up walls? Lets me cling to walls. Incy wincy spider. Finally. Okay, so I'm just trying to get a feel for the movement upwards. So you kind of have to hold into it a little bit. I have a feeling the yellow things might be open now. If there, I just did something very bad. Oh, good. More enemies spawn. I activated the alarm. The real level begins. Yay. Oh, hi, big lad. I'm not going to deal with you for now because I want to see if this opened. It did. Okay, well, that means I can get that yellow treasure chest. If there was a nice teleporter. I guess we now need to go clear out the rest of that area. Sorry for breaking your door to your shop. Give me some of this good stuff. Whoop. Mainly because of that switch. Yeah, it makes sense. Victims freeze. Victims already do freezing. It's extra damage, but honestly, who cares about damage? Considering I'm entirely using it just to freeze. Also, yeah, this was another door that I needed to check out. Huzzah! Oh, come on. Ooh. Ooh. Frost that blast for even more freeze? Sounds fun. This just slows. Does actually a decent amount of damage. That's actually surprising. Yeah. And recycle it just to make sure I can't go back. Give me that sweet, sweet red. Alright, this would have also been a dead end. Ooh, hello. This is new. This is new in this new area that I haven't been to. Oh, dang it. Also, being able to climb up walls now feels fantastic. Also, wow, you can get a lot of movement off of those wall kicks. Now I feel like if this game didn't feel like it was supposed to be played fast before, it definitely feels like it's supposed to be played fast now. Okay, how? Wow. Wow. It's the first time I ever let you do something, and so that's the last time I'll ever let that happen again. More red. Yeah, sure. And some lore spots. A research notebook. Some say that the sap that runs through the walls is flowing into the sewer network and causing the malaise. But perhaps the problem can also be the solution. So just tell the trees to take their sap back. Easy. Just get the trees to come over to our side. Could do a whip. 516 FPS. No thanks. Never really liked the whip anyway. Forgotten Sepulchre. I'm not exactly eager to go back there again. Ooh, there's an entire area down there that I don't know about yet. Maybe it's from over here. Oh, well, it's a good thing I was going straight down the middle there. Oh, hi. Neat. Give me some more red. Completely understandable. Have yourself a good sleep, Gwen. And thank you for that raid. I appreciate it. There's only one achievement for driving the spikes. Yeah, but doesn't mean I can't do it again and again. For funsies. God, I really don't want to have another cursed chest. See you later. Not dealing with you again. Not while I'm still searching for new stuff. Ooh, that's strong. 3 arrows at the same time. Pierce is the first target. Shoots an arrow behind. Oh boy. I have plenty of freezing already, so if I just do final hits with freeze, then I still have. I'll leave that there. Also, I always forget that. This is one of the scenarios where you actually have to press the fire button multiple times. Also, is that the... I haven't... The clock tower? You mean the final area of the game? Or is it a different clock thing? Or the second to last area of the game? So if I'm going for stuff that I haven't already been to, does that mean I should go to the Forgotten Sepulchre? And not here? I don't know. Screw it, we're going to mostly because I just don't like the Forgotten Sepulchre. Because it's a pain. Well. Multiple flaming projectiles inflicts crit damage on targets covered with oil. Several bolts at once. What should be the next thing I work towards? Cover health after parrying. That might actually be worthwhile. Extra DPS if you're close to a deployed skill. Let's go with the random starter shield. So I can actually give shields an actual shot. Stomp things with the pyrotechnics. Yeah, I don't need this. modifiers I want to change or increases I want to do. First no hits of most bosses with it. Yeesh. Sounds pretty powerful. Let's see. We're fine for now, though I do really want to find a different weapon. Okay, this is new, I think. Yeah. Timekeeper hasn't been seen for a long time. Well, that's not... Yep, this is definitely new. Boy. Oh, hi. No. Not. I also really don't like those candy guys. Can't ring the bell. Ah. Yeah, those are different guys, I remember. Definitely need a new weapon at some point. This is a really awesome area, though. That's that, then I'll just feel more safe to do this. Can't open it from here. Oh. Also, I just like it. Basically, at an 18-second interval, I can just kind of explode an enemy at will. Feels nice. Oh, okay, so that teleport behind me. Means I should check this out. This is... Fortunately, they're a little too big for me to be able to use them. Oh, come on. It's not trying hard. Swords seem to be floating. That means they're light. Give it a shot. But when I touch them, they feel solidly in place. Wow, a sword. I really don't like this place. Why not? It's just swords. That sensation again, like floating. As if everything was speeding up and slowing down at the same time. Whoa, so it makes you feel like puking, huh? Sort of like, blah. Ah, finally something interesting. Ooh, 5. Poison an enemy that wound you. That sounds nice. But damage reduced from projectiles minus 75% sounds absurdly better. Probably isn't, but... No, I didn't want to look at more swords. I already know that they're floating swords. Also, I need to remember that I can just kind of climb up walls now. Dang it, no red. Oh wow, you're on quite the rampage, don't you? Oh, hello. 7. doesn't do the extra frozen target damage, but I can re-roll for it. Should be good enough for now, and I'll re-roll for extra damage on frozen targets, hopefully. Didn't really care for the knife dance at all. Since we're going freezing, might as well just stick with that. Sweet. Oh, no, well, that was dumb of me. Why did I jump into that? And that's it. Looks like I got all the side paths. So let's go into the left tower. Hello. And I forgot Wow, stop jumping around. Just want to land some hits. And maybe it was bad to lose the completely overwhelming damage that I had before on those grenade combos. Wow. I really need to replace these weapons, though. La baguette does nothing. Also, I like how absurdly high the fall damage is for enemies. Oh, you can hit the bell. Again, no reds. Weak feats. Oh. Alright, I'm not going to use that key yet, just in case it's a situation like before. Where it's a one-time use key. So much. Damage you take is inflicted on the enemy. Yeah, we'll do that. Ooh, hello. Weapon. Nearby enemies bleed and drop a healing item. That's useless to me. And it's a let's see. I still have that left area to go towards from here. Oh. Free money. And trial spawn. These things actually do decent damage. Well, good thing I have the thing that dishes out damage back to enemies. Also, while we're here, pop that. Hey, finally get another red. Don't have any cells active, so none of us do anything. Another red. This is quite the tower. Another scroll. And I guess another red. Just all the damage. Ooh. A fast grenade that does extra damage to frozen targets. But it's half the damage base. I'll take my big grenade and do a reroll with it. Okay, so there's another thing that needs tower key. So a shield is behind that door. Also, I really like that I have a very powerful... No, I'm not doing another curse chest. I've had enough with curse chests. For probably the remainder of the game. I survived one. I'm fine with that. Okay, so... This key just allows me to get that shield. Which I'm not exactly gung-ho for. Then I guess we go to there. To the clock room. Really? And now we fight the clock person again. Well. Alright, let's see if we can get a good reforge. Go for plus in the process. Why not? I would like... There we go. Lots of frozen target damage. I like this bow as it is. Ugh, these daggers are weak. They have lower DPS than my bow. I'll just mostly use the bow, I suppose. Okay. What do you have to say today, you big meanie face? Oh, stop. No. Well, there goes the no hit. Stop. Ah. Oh. Oh, rude. Oh. No, I was gonna try and heal. Ah, I healed. Big frozen explosions help. Bye. The ice crossbow. That sounds nice. Nope. Critical hits from behind. No. I want a good, powerful weapon or a secondary ranged weapon. Would be fine as well. Let's get that nice and clean there. Tap to freeze enemies. What do you mean tap? Hold. Oh, to inflict critical damage. That seems actually versatile. Like very versatile. You said pyrotechnics is really good, so just gonna put forth towards that. Now that I have all the movements and stuff, I was planning on going back to hard mode and doing some more runs of that today to try and get farther in that, but I still want to do the exploration, which feels like it's just a lot more convenient to do that on easy mode. I don't know why I'm trying to get up there. There's nothing there. Come on. Treasure chest starts good. Do I kick? Lots of extra damage against frozen targets. It's tempting. No. It's tempting. No. Selling this to me a hell of a lot better than Barry did. How am I selling it to you? I've had like a mixture of enjoyment and frustration with this game that tips more in the frustration than I would normally enjoy, but it's still enjoyable enough that I can overcome it for the time being. Do not tornado me, please. Making it look fun and not soul crushing. Well, I mean, Barry did have the Twitch integration on, so he did have Twitch chat also working against him. Which I'm pretty sure it does make things substantially easier. Harder, I mean. Having Twitch integration on. We would never work against Barry. No, never. Of course not. I'm fun and soul crushing. Also has the wrong order. I don't know whether to feel complimented or not by that. Fire grenades. Also, just another thing that bugs me, I get the whole randomization of traits and stuff, but what I don't get is why you don't just by default take off the trait combinations that work against each other. It's just like, cool, I just got a fire grenade that does more damage to frozen targets, to which it literally unfreezes them. So what's the point in having that on there? I get that it's randomness, but extra damage could kill the enemy. Maybe. The game used to be way harder to do if you're actually already frustrated. Well, I'm not frustrated by the difficulty more than anything. I'm more so frustrated by design things more so, and it's honestly just down to my taste in design, probably more so than things inherent to this game. Oops, I didn't throw that. But yeah, like when I think of Metroidvania stuff, I want something that it feels like every time I get hit, it's like basically guaranteed that it's my mistake. But there's just been so many times where it's just like, why have melee attacks in some situations? It's just like, if you have melee going into some situations, it's just like, well, you're just gonna take damage. So it's like, why even have melee in the game if you have situations where it's basically unusable? It's just a gripe from my perspective on how I enjoy games to be designed. It's just a conflict of interest with this one. Fire damage can go from 600 to 1.2k damage. For one tick on the fire, it's not a single burst. Or at least that's the way I interpret the meaning of fire damage, which I could be incorrect. Also, this is just really boring. And that cyclone goes off, it's like, well, you can't damage them, you just kind of gotta wait. Goodbye, elite. Extra jump midair. Damage from check. That's nice. Nah. and that guy just walked into spikes. Cool. Ah, rude. Has an initial explosion, which is what I was talking about. Yeah. That damage does get increased. But then it immediately unthaws them. So it feels like the damage increase isn't really in any way conducive. I guess doesn't combine well. Yeah, like many of the things that Dead Cells does are not the way I see Metroidvanias, which again, just my perspective from a person who's very inundated with Metroidvania stuff. It is much more roguelike than Metroidvania. And it's just a big difference, a difference in what I'm expecting from it and what it's giving me. And so there's that initial clash where I'm probably just playing like an idiot sometimes and rushing into it with my pre-existing knowledge base, which is incompatible with what this game is doing. And just general combat stuff that is different than what I would prefer. And even then, like, I'm not someone who loves Metroidvanias just for the sake of Metroidvania stuff. As Nat could probably attest to, I don't care for the new Bloodstain at all. It seems to be a very contradictory opinion to what the general consensus is on Bloodstained. But I just had so many issues with it. I don't care for the Roguevania name they gave it. The Castlevanias and Metroids are honest, easier to me on the whole, unlike until you get to the janky bosses that throw at you. Yeah, I didn't enjoy it. I backed it on Kickstarter, so it was just disappointing for me. But then again, as I look back onto it, the Igavania Castlevania, where the Vania comes from Metroidvania, is not the aspect that I enjoy more so than the Metroid aspect. Oh no, I'm not giving you another shot. I hung out in your stream with when you were doing some racing stuff with Cahill, and everything I see from that game, I'm just like, no. Just on like a fundamental level, it just does not match me. It just feels so bog standard, and then the animations feel so not great. I need to come back to this area once I have more keys. Seen so many technical issues. Yeah, I know it has that, has those on top of it as well. Mostly just from knowing that the speedruns for Bloodstained are like, what, 30 minutes? Very much feels of its era in that regard. With how many potentially game-breaking things are in it. Would you not? Yeah, 30-minute any percent, 1 hour any percent, no major bugs. Yeah, it's There are many things on many different levels that I do not enjoy about the new Bloodstain, which is quite disappointing, but I'm not terribly hurt by it because, at the very least, because it got kickstarted so well, they did release Curse of the Moon, which Curse of the Moon, on the other hand, I totally fell in love with. I never even played any of the original 2D Castlevania games, but I completely, really loved it. Turn around, please. Rude. Rude. Gosh dang, come on. Fire over the ledge. Really? Stop. Streams I was watching was trying for like sub 29. From what it sounds like based on watching that, or watching speedrunners do it, it seems straightforward enough. I don't feel like going over all this stuff again. The other just main thing that I wanted to just note is that it felt very standard in Metroidvania design, as far as the Metroidvania design goes. Very predictable in terms of map layout and save point locations and things like that. And that one's partially just because of me being who I am and not being able to forget things easily, that when I start to see something, I start to see it everywhere and it starts to really bug me. Oh, that's another. Oh, sweet. Take that. More damage, please. Boxes? Why is the king willing to? Oh, I already got these crystals ones. Alrighty, Sargoto. You're welcome, Sargoto. I am glad you hopefully enjoyed it. Thanks for hanging out. Have yourself a good sleep. Gotta love just being able to just one shot. Thank you for that follow, Dennis. I appreciate it. That's why DPS matters. Yeah. Well, that and having a freezing grenade on top of a powerful grenade that does amplified damage on freezing. Just very much exactly what I did on my first playthrough with the Nutcracker that I had absurd damage against frozen targets. No, I wanted to throw a freeze grenade. Oh, okay, so that's right. Oops. Gosh dang it. just want to get on the ledge. Thank you. Croissant? A useless croissant? Ow. Shoot. Them feats. And then that gets me there. Pretty soon I should probably be running into something. Okay. Oh, if they're bleeding or poisoned, I don't have anything that bleeds or poisons. Go for whip. Whip's kind of lame. How does this even compare? If it was doing crits, that'd be awesome. It's almost more powerful base. I'm just gonna have to stick with it, I suppose. As much as it stinks, I really haven't found a weapon that can do better. Maybe I should just go for this and maybe hope I get bleeding on something. Sure. Very stabby. Let's see. So that leads to probably the actual area I remember going to, but let's go to the secret area that needs. Moonflower key. When the heck do I get a moonflower key? I mean, probably, yeah. Yes, and we can get this now. No, climb. What are you doing? Climb. What are you doing? Late game unlock, okay. Why didn't it work to... Oh, I can just do that. I'm an idiot. Ah. Hello. Boomerang comes back to you automatically. So faithful. Just had to think with boomerang logic. Yeah. That before the homunculus was a thing. I have no idea how it did it now. You may have gotten the down step, and that may have gotten you just enough for some air jumps after breaking that downward platform to be able to get up there. I have no idea. Fall, neutral jump, wall climb. A lucky damage boost up there, maybe. Let's go for refresh the shop stocks. Would actually be really nice. Mirror. Don't know what that does. Just says that it may come in handy. Maybe we go for ice crossbow. 'Cause it just seems so versatile. Launches multiple flaming projectiles and inflicts critical hit damage to targets covered in oil. Oh, that's a regular shot. I don't have things covered in oil, unfortunately, or anything to light things on fire. I guess it's gonna be a no for that then. Let's see. Damage hits from the back. 100% damage taken, but 1% of HP recovered per attack. Close combat attack. Nah. Extra frozen target damage. It's nice. We'll go with that then. Especially because I can't purchase another. Pyros with a turret that drops oil and you'll be guaranteed crits. Yeah. That definitely seems like something you need to have in conjunction with another thing to get the absolute use out of. It's fine. I'm fine with these mutations. We just got a stinking boss to deal with. Strong by itself too. Well, yeah, the crits are just in excess. But crits are crits though. So I'd be like, if it's super effective with something else, I'm not going to use it on its own. Is basically where my head goes. Hello. Slightly killed your king, it's fine. Oh. Could you not? Hello. Oh, dang it. Ah! Rude. It's like full screen. Ah. 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 Gosh dang it. Ah. Dang it. What? No, get up to that. It's understandable. Puppo care is more important than typing. And easy, just get 5 orbs. Yeah, we beat it. I don't really expect to lose in most regular fights in normal difficulty. It's when you get to hard when it's just like, I don't know it's even possible. Also, why is it not? Oh, that's right. I can just detach and go up the green. And there's nothing else, so in we go. We did it again. Got some time left, so I think we can give hard mode a shot. Just because we can. For a little bit. And we're gonna try and take our time with it. Something seems to have changed. It's almost as if the game got basically 2 times as difficult immediately. Also, I don't know where the showcase room is. I was supposed to find, or I unlocked the showcase room and it just kind of doesn't exist. Unless it's within there. Nutcracker whip and a shield. Nutcracker 1 plus. Slow down other enemies when they die. Suppose we can just whip heck. Another raid, jeez. Hi, Sketchar. Thank you for that raid. I appreciate it. Let's try and just go for all purple for once. Thank you for the raid, Sketchar. I appreciate it. How was your stream? Hope it was a good time. Like vampirism. Uh-oh. Forgot how different I need to play on hard. Diablo 2. Nice. And you made a summary. That's awesome. It's winding down. That's completely fine. Whip them all back. Do what you gotta do, Sketch. What? It's more. Cool. Stop! Literally have a millisecond to get out of range and then be back into range. already forgotten what it's like to play on hard. Also doesn't help that I really don't like this one. Also, I think Whip ignores shields, so I probably could just do that. I just wanted down smash. No, ugh. I just want a down smash. The game is like, no, I refuse. There's a ladder here. You need to use the ladder. I don't want to. It's not too much to catch up. Just kind of working through my way of dead cells. And the game is gorgeous. Poison, if I could do poison. Or I could just go for that. Shots, explode, and toxic cloud is also really good. So let's do that. And stop. Broadsword. 478. Yeah, it's too big of an improvement to ignore. Yeah, the third hit from the broadsword is an absurd amount of damage. It's just so slow to get it out. Aha. I'm gonna stick with purple. Pay the tribute to Turk. I don't have enough money for any of these. 20,000 in the beginning for an all gold skin, I guess. Also, that's just a map. That seems like that would be important. All those seems like very good things to get, which makes me regret spending 5,000 on a bow. Nice. Just need to remember to use that. Alright, it's not there. It's the left. Nothing to worry about. Also, yeah, because I'm playing on hard, I'm gonna play it pretty safe. 650 for, yeah, I don't like those daggers. If you're not, just keep shooting. Thank you. Won't let me upload my emote. Oh no. That stinks. Maybe it's just having a bad day. Let it get over itself a bit. Are you... Could you just turn around for a second? else? Wait, no. Thought I saw something. Maybe not. Okay, so there's Promenade. Promenade is honestly where I want to go to. But I want to clear this place out. See if I can't get enough money for one of those. Probably not, but we'll try. Making some bank. Sewers. Okay. No, we didn't get enough money to spare. That's oh, hold on. Still an area I didn't go up to up here? No, that's the beginning of the game. That's it for here then. Pressing onward. Well. We're working on ice crossbow. We can get a nice modifier, but the modifier is already really good. 3+ wouldn't be terrible. 3+. No, I'm gonna save the money for now. What's a good first upgrade? Skilled cooldowns for each enemy killed. HP per enemy death is not a lot. Could just go HP, or I could go just extra damage after killing an enemy. And I forgot about that. It's not a full reheal until the second one. Come on, go higher. Go higher. Doesn't look like you can. There's a limit. Hate those things. Especially because right now I don't really have anything set up to deal wide arcs, especially now with this broadsword. So I'll just keep having to use the bow for now. Which is perfectly fine because it does pretty decent chunks of damage. Phaser seems really neat. Oh, really? Oh, come on. I hate that aspect of this. Oh no. Okay. The moment I can't get to that unless I get all 3 keys, and I should have all the movement abilities in the game, so I should be able to. Okay, here we go. Ice shards instead of the bow, or knife dance, which I don't really care for. As much as that does hurt, I'm just gonna leave it there for now, just in case I do want it. Because it'll be just pretty easy for me to just keep my distance. And slow is very handy. Oh, okay, chop. What do you have? Symmetrical lance. Quickly kill 2 enemies. It does crits. Could go for a second bow. Pierce all enemies. Ooh. I haven't tried this yet. We're gonna try it. Pierce all targets seems to be incredibly useful. It's a shotgun? Shoots several short-range bolts at once. Okay. So I suppose I can do that then. Kind of treat it like a melee. Hey, 30 kills without getting hit. That's nice. Turns out it's much easier to get that when you just play from a distance. Also, I probably should have just walked back to the teleporter. Yeah. Still is absurd to me. It's a shotgun. That takes... Weirdly, you have to cock it before you fire instead of after. Just straight up destroy people. Blow them up. Also, Highland. Thanks for stopping by. Oh no, there's a shield. Oh, come on. that. I've watched the new Tarantino film 7 times. That's a lot of times. It must definitely be worth it then. I would hope. I don't even know what it is. I don't keep up to date on movies. Oh, okay. So the first shot impales and locks them down. That's actually really interesting with this shotgun bolt. Let's go over this or not. Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. I don't think I've ever heard of it. But then again, I don't really watch any TV, so I don't really get a whole lot of ads in my life. But it's good that they delivered an awesome movie. I'll take that instead of that just to get some extra HP. I just watch basically in terms of televised content is Twitch, YouTube, and Crunchyroll for anime. I've been watching Dr. Stone recently, and it has not really wowed me at all, which is unfortunate. I'll give it one more episode, but other than that, I'm probably gonna just drop it. Pacino, Pitt, Kurt Russell, Margot Robbie, Dakota. It's just when your name has a lot of clout, everyone wants to be in your movie. I hate these things. Nice. No, do not. Thank you. Yeah, I hadn't heard a whole lot on it other than just the premise seemed interesting. After the very beginning of it, I'm not very intrigued. So I'm gonna give it the old three episode try, but I'm not really gonna give it much more than that. Oh, get out of there, get out of there. That's all explosions. Just explode, please. Explode, jeez. Okay, this heavy crossbow is really neat. I really enjoy it. Hey, another shot. And I have no money. Don't even want to say anything about the movie. Apparently, I'll have to keep it in the back of my mind if I ever do decide to go see a movie soon. Looks like that was it. So, wow. Got a random weird headache. Cheers is your 10 out of 10? I don't know. I feel just I feel I probably wouldn't enjoy Cheers just because of how dated some things would be nowadays. But that's just me. Gosh dang it, the shields. That's the thing, is it's because it's dated. It aged amazingly. I will take your word without any like reasonable means to even watch it. I can't really even try it. I wish I could do something better against those bats. Is the candle after? Oh yeah, well, that got old very quickly for me. In general, it's just like it gets people to laugh more at your things and to understand that what you're trying to be is a comedy. But it just, if it doesn't suit your comedy, it just makes it all the more worse. Hey, the one door. And it's a shop with things I cannot buy. Good. Was filmed in front of a live audience. Well, even if it's filmed in front of a live audience, it can still very much be canned laughter. Prison depths. I'm gonna have to go there. That's a new area. You have a laugh track for your stream? Yay. Can only imagine the wonderful things that are going to have canned laughter over it. I've already seen this. This should take me to ramparts. I don't need to go to, although it is one I do need to go to eventually. And this will take me to the ossuary. Eesh. These areas start to have a lot of branching paths. Rent an IMAX camera for a day and shoot like a vlog. I mean, I'm sure it's not that expensive to rent an IMAX camera for a day. You might have to also rent or contract out someone to operate the camera because they probably don't trust normal people with a probably very expensive camera. Yeah, well, I don't really have anything to follow up with that. I don't know why I said well. Teleports you behind the enemy. The next attack inflicts 106. That's ridiculous. Adds damage with each attack. You take 30% more damage during the time, though. What's I working on? Oh, the ice crossbow's done. I should probably get a power. I'll work on the corrupted power. Why not? How does it compare? 414 for crits, but I can just freeze if I just tap. So you just tap and then you fire away. Toxic Cloud is nice. Uses both digital and film at speeds up to 120. It's like $7,000 in film. For one shoot, it's very expensive. For multiple, maybe it's more acceptable. Honestly, really don't want to drop anything here, especially not with how low the crits are. As much as freeze is a very powerful thing. Just gonna sell it. Let's see. Don't want to reforge. I don't have enough money to upgrade to plus. It's fine. Hunter's Instincts might be good. Maybe just go for Necromancy just to heal, and then we can go for Hunter's Instincts. And the Prison Depths don't give you a full flask heal. Hopefully I can get some good heal over just getting kills from ranged. It rubs the lotion on its skin. Oh good, we have more invisible enemies. Luckily I can just one-shot at the moment. Oh no. Just poison. Double ranged is very safe, and I'm enjoying that. Alright, we got another invisible person. Lots of invisible people, jeez. No, no! What are you freaking kidding me? Thanks. You know what's fun? When your character doesn't go down through platforms when you're holding down jump. You know what's fun? When the game doesn't do what you tell it to. I tried before and after the first attack hit to just go underneath the platform. The game said no. And good equipment too. They just get two-shot. It's frustrating. We'll give one more run. We'll see. Heavy crossbow is a great start, though. Oh, come on. Come on! Yeah, I would say rest in peace. I don't know who that is, but obviously the loss of a person is not a good thing. King of Random on YouTube? I really don't know. Oh, come on. Well, there are other extenuating aspects of it the more that I think about it. There's potential that the enemy's hit was landing larger than the area of the platform, which is just that stinks type of moment. Could you just go? there's the super. That's where we don't want to go. Because we still got to go through other areas. Freezing grenade is nice. Tunnel. It's cleared out very roughly. Doesn't look too solid. But let's go through it. Oh. Well, this wall is extremely small. Except maybe for a child. Just the old bag that someone left here a long time ago. A baguette. Wonderful. Might be a bit stale. That's fine. Uh-oh. Also, I really love this heavy crossbow. I'm hoping it has consistent good use case for like the remainder of the game, because I love it. I wish it had pierces through all targets like my first one did, because that made it just super OP. I'll take what I can get. Pineapple belong on wheat? I don't know. People can eat whatever they want to eat. So long as there's no unethical thing about it, it's just food. Eat whatever combination of food you think it makes you happy. Clear. I like the tonics. I don't like any of these ones that are one-time use. I prefer more consistent means of damage. It's bleeding. Not worth the cash, I don't think. Oh, hi. And so many raids tonight. Thank you for that raid. Pushing me, Tom. I appreciate it. Hello, Zero. Oh, well, that's feel bad. Oh, I hate these shields. Could you just not? You just stand right there. Thank you. Howdy. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. How was your stream? What were you playing? Uh-oh, that's a big no. How would I throw that down there? Yes, Hollow Knight badges, and I do have 2 Hollow Knight emotes as well. And Hollow Knight bit badges too. Kind of have, it's mostly just an indie game theme with my channel. Hollow Knight being the first one that came to mind when I started making stuff for it. That's good. Okay, so there's the promenade. Did I miss anything? I love Hollow Knight too. Thank you, Sketcher. Kushi's a huge fan of Dead Cells. I've not played it yet, just watched. I have mixed feelings on it. I'm really enjoying it, but the level of frustration I have on some things with it is more than I would typically enjoy. Oh, so this is the specialist shop. Again, I don't have enough money because I wasted it on other uses. Crap. Good. It's not really the difficulty that's making me not enjoy it. I think it's mostly just my typical play preferences, and that I enjoy games like Hollow Knight, where it really truly feels that any damage you take whatsoever is entirely on you. Versus sometimes there's some combinations of effects and abilities that some enemies that can have where it's just like you can't do anything to dodge that, really, especially if you're melee. If you're melee, it's just like good luck. Some combinations it's just like you're getting hit. Doesn't matter. Yeah, it definitely feels like range is the big priority, or has massive priority in terms of power. Just because you can play safe and the damage is typically good enough at that range that it's not that much of a disadvantage over melee. The extra damage from melee. Do I want plus? Do I want reforge? I would really like to have it penetrate more than one enemy, but I'll just fine. I'm gonna go with necromancy, just play it a little bit safe. Heal up and get a fire risk. Can play safe, but with melee you just need to use the right items. Yeah, like first playthrough of this game, or I guess second, because I took a cursed chest and got hit once and died because I just wanted to see what cursed chests did. And that was a mistake. But the second playthrough, I basically had no difficulty at all in doing just normal, obviously the starting difficulty. Because I had what are they? Nutcracker with extra frozen target damage, and Nutcracker also already does extra damage on frozen targets. So I was basically just freezing and one-shotting everything. Wow. It's not great overall, but in that specific scenario where I just needed to land one shot, it did the trick. It is very slow. What's at the bottom? Chop. Tonic. I'll just take it, use it, just take that back. I don't really care. A little bit of health will help. Double bind skills? How so? What exactly do you mean by that? Can have, if you have two of the same item, you can just assign it to the same attack and just use both of them at the same time? Is that what you're saying? Because that seems unintended and overpowered. Because that seems like that would be game breaking if you could just fire two weapons at the same time. Oh my god, are you? Oh, well, it's a good thing you take no fall damage. Please. Just die, please. Thank you. Just pop. Double range is poo. I probably should actually give shields a try, but I just never really gave it a fair shake. A second freeze wouldn't be bad. But also a crusher wouldn't be bad. That does more damage on frozen targets, so yeah, let's do that. Got everything. Really need a second weapon though. I'm still just playing around and doing a bunch of searching and stuff, so still, I guess, learning the ropes of more in-depth things. That's all right. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Have yourself a good sleep, and thanks for stopping by. Okay, that accidentally dragged him behind me. That is 2 weeks ago and put 150 hours. Oh my god. That's a lot in 2 weeks. Oh, what the? I never saw them spawn a crystal before. Ow, so ow. I probably should have taken care of you before I did that. A lot of downtime at work. I work 13 hours a day sometimes. Oof. Stop. I don't think I've even unlocked a single power yet at this point. Please explode. Thank you. Oh, God. The cluster bombs. Oh, I knew I rolled the wrong direction there. I'm just bad. Oh, now it's not enough power to kill. There we go. Thank you, Crusher, for going late. Like melee ranged early so they don't murder you. Yeah, I didn't have that problem for this one because my shotgun crossbow was doing the trick before. Also, the flyers are boots. I don't even like using any of these weapons. Just blow them up. Come here, please. What the hell? Thank you, Crusher, for doing your job. It didn't do anything. Too many deaths happen in this game where it feels like I'm just not certain exactly what an item does because the description is not as critical as the actual or not as descriptive as the god dang it, I can't speak. It's not as descriptive as the actual mechanic is. That Crusher was supposed to activate and crush in that area, but that time it just decided to not. I threw it down. It looked like it was still active, and nope. Just decided to no. I don't. That's another thing that's just a big frustration with me in this game, is just sometimes the descriptions really don't feel like they match or fully describe everything. Which, I mean, is probably partially intended, because if there's no secrets at all, then there's no fun in figuring stuff out. But there has to be some baseline stuff where it's just like the crusher has like a delay of activation. That would be a nice thing to know. So you can't just throw it out and just have it pop and crush right away. Or if that's in the actual mechanic. Ugh. An awful place to end it, but it's also 1 a.m. here and I need to get to bed. Ay. I don't know if I'm gonna play this tomorrow. I still am having fun with it, but there's just so much of it that just causes me more frustration than the fun is worth. Weena and Palladino are doing a lot. I don't think we have raided a Palladino before. And also Arena's playing Fire Emblem, and I don't want to spoil myself on Fire Emblem. So I guess we can go say hi to Palladino. But yeah, that's gonna be it for me for stream today. I'll be back tomorrow afternoon. I don't know with what anymore. Also recently I hit affiliate. That's awesome. You're welcome, Sketcher. Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna play tomorrow. I don't know if I want to keep playing Dead Cells or not, because it is a very weird balance of enjoyment and frustration I'm having with this game. And it's weird. It's a weird thing that I've not really experienced in a game in a long time. Love you too, Sketcher. Yeah, work can drag us around into odd time frames that don't match up with what we want. But I'm glad you can swing by when you can. But yeah. Thanks again, everyone, for hanging out. Thank you, everyone, for the raid. Jeez, we got so many raids today. That was absurd how many people were very kind and raided today. I hope you had some fun, and yeah, I'll be back tomorrow with something. I'm not sure what, but something for sure. Thanks again. Let's go say hi to Palladino. Give her lots of love. Goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye.